Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Howdy buns. Hello. Welcome to the YouTube side of the internet. Hello. Welcome in. Hello, weird person. Yes, that is I. It is me, the weird person. Indeed. Now, we're gonna pretend that everything... No, sorry. Correction. It's not pretend if it's true. And it's extremely true. We were completely successful in getting this stream started. nothing to see here in terms of hiccups or anything of that nature. Indeed. Howdy howdy though. I see everyone has made it safely across the way, the river if you will. New platform, who dis? A completely new stranger who also happens to look green and has rabbit ears. Maybe. Will you post YouTube content now? If you mean by content, videos, probably not. I mean, maybe. Who knows what the future holds? But for the most part, any live streams that we do on YouTube will remain on YouTube, at least as videos permanently. So that's nice. That's nice. I do have a huge backlog, though, of all of our Twitch streams. Just sitting there to be posted. So one of these days, I'll sit down and sift through them. One of these days. Yeah. Looks kinda crisp. So hey, there's this beautiful thing on YouTube where they don't limit your stream rate. It's beautiful. I can actually be a crisp streamed video. They do got that damning emote though. That is true. I will give them points for that. The green is so high dev. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so fun fact, but Twitch actually limits your stream rate, or bit rate, sorry. Now, I'm no expert. I couldn't tell you exactly what that means. All I know is more data can pass through so they can actually more consistently stream at a higher quality if, you know, your PC and internet can handle it, which it appears that it can. Go back to being pixels? No. Pixels? Pixels? You want pixels? I'll show you pixels. I'll show you pixels. 1 second. I will return very shortly. I'll show you pixels. I'll show you. Bam. Do you like my pixels? I'm pixels now. Are you proud? There you go. I'm back to normal now. This is how you actually would see me on Twitch all the time. Yes. This is actually a really cool effect, in all seriousness. I could make it less extreme. It's very stylized. It's very fun. Hold on. I'm very chunkers now. It looks like a sim sensor. I can even become hexagonal. Oh my gosh, you can't even see what I am anymore. I could become dots. Ooh, you can't even see. I'm a ghost. I can become triangles. Now I am. How far can I push this? Bye guys. I'm 4 green pixels now. This is it. This is the new me. Biblically accurate. All right, back to normal. We return to normal. It is I, indeed. Can you go to 2 pixels? I feel like that's a little too powerful. That's just a little too powerful. I don't think your tiny brains could handle such a phenomena. Yes, Minecraft streamer now. Let's play Minecraft. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Minecraft streamer? Minecraft streamer? No. No. Oh, my days. Oh, we have arrived though. Hello, hello. I'm going to give a proper welcome in to everyone. Welcome in to the YouTube side of things. It surprisingly was a lot of effort to get the first stream going. There was a lot of stuff that I still have to technically convert. Not everything that we are familiar with from Twitch, the Twitch side of things, is necessarily going to be here. But hopefully, fingers crossed, the alerts and stuff are working. I cannot tell you how much grief this chat box up here was giving me. I cannot tell you, but I will. I will try. I will try to explain. So, you would think it would be so simple to just be like, Google, YouTube chat widget, enter. So apparently, every single service that I tried to use did not, for some reason, play nice with my YouTube. I would attach it, and then boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, apparently. It just would not view my chats. It would not display, no matter what I did. So I had to wrangle it. I had to brute force it. I had to be like, hey, too bad. Too bad, too sad. Here's the YouTube chat pop out. Slaps that bad boy on there. That's it. That's chat now. My poor taste in aesthetics is crying right now, but whatever. We live. We live. Can't express that much emotion without my usual emotes. I know, and I'm so terribly sorry. I'm so terribly sorry. We have to live without the bun emotes. See, this is the unfortunate thing. So I mentioned earlier in chat, but bun emotes will not be available for us for a while. We must appease the YouTube overlords. And by appease the YouTube overlords, I mean I don't have a full understanding yet of how it works. I just know that vaguely it's supposed to be something like after we've reached certain milestones of subscribers or people watching our videos, then they'll be like, cool, you can have emotes now. Yeah. I think it's just to make sure people don't like open bot accounts and like do weird things. Who knows? Who knows? Indeed. Indeed, indeed. Here. Let me fix this. Now you're working again. But yes, alrighty. Before we actually get stuck into what we're doing today, let me do a quick overview. So today we actually have a plan for our art stream. Shocker, I know. Crazy. I have a plan? What? Yes, I do actually. I do. As you can currently see, we're working on a reference sheet for an OC of mine because, oh my goodness, what do you mean it's the 18th of May? What do you mean Artfight is like a month or two away? What do you mean? What do you mean? It kind of crept up on me, so we're giving some characters some TLC. Kaipo in particular is getting some TLC. It is a bit of an experimental new art style, so we're gonna be figuring things out as we go. But I've been liking it so far. I've been really liking it so far. Alright, now. Let's slap that down there. So we can actually get to work. I seem to have opened another YueHua tab somewhere. Uh-oh. Echo! Echo. Shibbly bop bop. Skiddly bop bop. Sorry, I'm just being an absolute nuisance now. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. It's great, I know. Can we get mods on here? That is true. We can. We can. That is something I will have to see. I think I am able to. Whoa. Whoa. Look at me having to navigate a new platform. Scary. Scary. Ooh. Is there a... Oh yeah, okay, so I can do it from here. Cool. Sure. There we go. Welcome in, my moderators. Welcome, welcome. Now you should have pretty little spanners next to your names. Maybe it takes a moment to update. I'm not actually too sure. Maybe they've changed it. Oh, no, there it is. Yippee-o-ki-yay. I don't know what I'm saying. Whoa! Okay, so it's no longer the spanners. They've changed it to shields. That's kind of new. That's brand new. What the? What the? Ooh. Cray cray. Yeah, you're blue now. Your blue names. Bread is indeed going mad with power. That is a problem for future me. Clearly that is not a current me problem. There we go. I tell you, trying to find a neutral term for prince, princess has been a challenge. But I think Princep is a pretty good candidate. So thank you for that one, Kath. We will stick with that for now. Gonna tell the story on how my phone broke? Yeah, please. Please do. Please do. You did what? I'm sorry. Apparently the charging port burned. Damaged the screen. Smelled like burnt plastic when I woke up. No! Oh my gosh, that's actually horrible. I'm so sorry. Oh my days. That's actually... What? Ice. That's scary. That's scary. I'm glad your house didn't burn down in the process. I am! Why were you sleeping on top of it? Why were you sleeping on top of your phone? Please don't ever sleep on top of your phone while it's charging. That's scary. That's scary. Bro. Genuine question. Was it like Was it like one of those like cheap charging ports that you did not get specifically from the same seller as the phone? Perhaps? Oh, Princeps? Plurable principles. Oh, right, okay. I kind of like the way Princeps sounds. Let's go with Princeps for now. There we go. Watching YouTube videos and fell asleep, did gymnastics and apparently got on top of the phone. Oh my gosh. That's, well, I don't know what to say to that, really. I feel like, that's a bit of an oopsie. Kinda sad though, I have many jokes in it. No! Is it like, was it completely unrecoverable? The chapter 5 of my fanfiction is on a 2? No! Oh, my heart's breaking for you. I'm so sorry. No. Oh, man. That's actually heartbreaking. If I lost all of my art, or like if my phone died, I think I would actually need to just go and cry for a week straight. I think, yeah, no, that's awful. No. Wait, was it your recent trip? Was it the trip, was it the trip that you shared photos with us? Because if so, maybe you can at least recover the photos on the Discord. No. Oh, no. Oh, but everything else, yeah. Ugh. And that is why I am going to go and make sure I back up all of my stuff after this stream. That's scary. That's terrifying. I could not fathom losing all of my files and all of my progress. I might just like bawl my eyes out. That is no fun at all. No bueno. No buen. Thank goodness I'm smart enough to input all my things in a backup laptop. Oh, well, there you go. Oh my gosh. Okay, you had me. You had me so worried there. You had me so upset on your behalf. Well, at least you have it backed up. And that's good. That's good. Got a new phone. Pretty slick, pretty demure, pretty rad. Heck yeah. Well, yeah. Now, be very careful. I don't know what could have caused the overheating. But I mean, there's a lot of things that it could be. I would say be very wary of charging cables that aren't sold by the maker, the same maker as your phone. Also make sure that it's got the correct voltage output for your phone, because if it's too much or too little, that can cause problems. Otherwise, it may have to do with like directly the socket that you put it into. It's always a tough one. Technology can be kind of scary sometimes. Reminds me that I still need to revive my old phone to recover loads of stuff. Oh man, you know, that's a mood. That's a mood, Kath. I have old stuff on like a really old iPod Touch back from like my early high school days. I used to write in that thing in like the little default notes app. I used to write in it on like the bus on the way to and back from school all the time. Yeah. 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 Man. Some of my things are still in it, like all the fanfics are in the notepad, also the music. Oh, okay. So not everything's backed up. Gotcha. Gotcha. Man. I'm sorry to hear that though. It's never a fun time losing all your stuff. I had something like that happen to me. I want to say recently. Gosh, I think everything in the past 5-10 years feels still recent to me. Sign of the age. No, but I had a really old what's it called? It was a very specific like Windows device that had like a touchscreen. I'm trying to remember what they were called. It is escaping me. I do not remember what it was called. But if you know what I'm talking about, Surface Pro! That's what it was called! Oh my gosh. It just came to me like a lightning bolt. No, it's, I had a Surface Pro. Well, it was one that was handed down to me. And I repurposed it to, be like a portable digital drawing tablet. I would like plug my drawing tablet into it and take it with me wherever I went. So I had a bunch of my art on that, and for a while there was like a whole era of my art that was on there. And then it died. And nothing was recoverable, and I, like the dummy young adult I was, did not back any of that up anywhere. Nope. It was all just poof, like that. And it wasn't just art too, it was like, I had writing, I had homework, I had schoolwork, I had... Oh, thinking about it still hurts me to this day. It still hurts me deeply to think about how I lost everything from like a good, I want to say 2-3 years worth of like art just gone. And like, I mean, some of it was posted in places, but the actual original files, the work in progress files, or anything that was incomplete and not posted anywhere was just gone. It was pretty brutal. Another reminder for anyone listening to please, for the love of everything good, back your junk up. Absolutely. Some of my things are still in it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's like when you're stacked in Minecraft and you die in a cave and you can't get back to it. Ugh. Or like you know it's gone. You know it's like despawned. Yeah. 2015 still feels relevant to me. I know, it still feels so recent. 2015 feels like it could have been the other day. It's a bit wild. It's a little wild. Where does the time go, man? It goes somewhere, clearly. Was only 5 years ago? What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. What, 10 years, 11 years ago? No, that can't be right. It was 5 years ago. Crazy. Crazy. Gonna make me cry. 2018 was 8 years ago. Stop! I'm gonna weep. I'm gonna lose all my brain cells. This cannot be true. This cannot be true. Actually incorrect. 2015 was 5 years ago. Sorry, that's I make the rules now. This is my new decree. This is bun law. 67 meme is now old. Can I be green again? I think so. This is something I've not been able to figure out yet. I've not managed to figure out how one does the commands on YouTube side of things for stream avatars. Whoa! Who's messing with Twitch? I see someone's found a loophole.
But if you do that, I'm telling you now that you're wrong and I hate you and you're a big smelly doo-doo head.
Yeah, okay. I see someone's found a loophole. Cheeky. Very funny. Very funny.
You're a stinky stinker.
I will allow it this one time. But unfortunately for you, that power must be revoked. Temporarily. Oh no, it popped up back there! You little rascal! You little rascal! You're trying to break everything! I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. Hold on, I can manually make you green. I will give you green privilege. At least I think I can. Oh no, you are green! Look at you! You are green. Yeah. Oh wait, never mind. Why are there multiples? Oh my gosh. You know what? One of these is green. Hold on, let me find you again. Easy, done. No? Did not save? Hold on, I just gotta sift through you guys again. I'm sure we'll be fine. No, it's misbehaving now. Interesting. Oh, you know what? It could be some of the limitations that are in place. Yeah, that's something I can't really fix until stream avatars is turned off. Well, that's gonna have to be something I fix next time. Yeah, apparently the Twitch ones are there too. Crazy. Hi, Kita! Hello! Hello, hello! Ugh, lovely to see you! Hey, hey! We're having a time. Can I attack myself? I think you technically can. I mean, I think you technically can.
If YouTube is your power, what are you without it? Socrates.
Oh my gosh, that still went through. Alright, your privilege has been revoked. Your privilege has been revoked. Crazy. Oh my gosh. keep up my jump streak with the Twitch action panel? I think you can, technically, because it's active. Yeah, as you can tell, I kind of scuffed a lot of things. There's just so much that like you don't really know until you get here. How's the YouTube streaming working so far? It's going. No major hiccups, I hope. Nope, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Don't even. No. I mean, it's been smooth sailing. Absolutely, definitely. No, Ice is lying. Don't believe what Ice is saying. Ice bread? Shh. Shh. Hush now. Hush now. Needed a sacrifice and go to the blue moon to make YouTube widget work. I will neither confirm nor deny this statement. Squinting my eyes and smoking my detective pipe. Something tells me Jank is afoot. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about, detective. Nothing to see here. I think you're barking up the wrong tree. What does it look like on your end when we do the emote thing? I can see it in the chat bar. I can pretty much see it the exact same that you guys do. I do think there is supposed to be... I've seen people do like an overlay feature where they have like the emote reaction appear on the stream itself. We do have it because of the little chat widget there, at least. Yes. Alright, we're slowly getting there. Slowly but steadily. Wah, 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 wah. Just one more thing. When you say is supposed to be, doesn't it imply it isn't quite working right? Oh no. They've seen right through me. Sweats. Oh, funny. Funny. You know, it just reminds me of the part of Lord of Mysteries that I'm up to right now. Klein has taken a new identity, the main character, and his new identity, get this, Sherlock. Damn, I wonder what he's doing in this life. I wonder what occupation he's taking up this time. It's a mystery! One that needs solving. I keep forgetting this is my YouTube name. I changed it for a game bit and never swapped back. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I do feel that though. And then YouTube is like, you can't change your name back for 14 days. Okay, YouTube. Then you completely forget after 14 days has passed. And then whoops, that's just your name now. That's it, folks. Tell me, when where were you May 18th at 5 that afternoon? Did you or did you not have a scuffum? I was sipping my coffee. Yeah, and getting stream ready. Yeah, which had no issues whatsoever. I'll have you know. I will have you know. Oh, is the chat being weird or am I? No, I've said it correctly. It should be on real-time chat. Why were you late at that time? When am I not late? When am I not late, Ice? Tell me that. Isn't being late my normal? Shouldn't you be more concerned when I'm not late? Riddle me that one, Chief. Riddle me that one. I was late because I'm always late. Enough said. It's definitely not for scuff reasons. That would never happen. Not on my watch. No. Crazy. Early bird gets the worm, but the late worm gets the art stream? Needs work. Hey, that was pretty good. That just sounds like you have previous offenses of scuff. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, they're so cute! Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh, I love them. I love their ears. I love the way their ears are. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure like YouTube has its own default emotes, but then pretty much your standard emojis are usable as well. Yeah. I do find that quite nice. I do find that quite nice for YouTube. Have you seen the chick one? No, I haven't. It's so cute. Look at it. It's just so golden and round. That's a little bowl of sunshine right there. That's a cutie pie. I just want to squish it affectionately. Damn. Alright, why is this not grabbing what I want it to grab? Oh, well that would be why, wouldn't it? I don't think we can gap close this. Oh, maybe we can. Right? Aren't they cute? Right, look at the I love the little like people emojis. Yeah, they're adorable. It's like a little forest with a little bun. Oh, it's adorable. It's so cute. Oh, my heart. Calm down, you're Aussie. It's taking over. No, never. You can't make me. The Aussie will never leave me. Why is this having such a tough time here? Do you have any snacks? Look at all those snacks. Look at all those snacks. How dare you? Don't you cook the bun? I love them. They're so cute. Look at the little noodler. They're adorable. I feel like the emojis for the YouTube chat, like the default ones, because every platform uses like different styles, right? I do like the style that they use for YouTube. It's very endearing. Oh, like look at that! Ah, it's so cute. I love how great it is too. So hard to scroll to the emotes. Yeah, I feel like that's like the one downside, right? There's so many. But if you have like an emoji keyboard, if you're using like a phone, even on so if you're using Windows on like a PC, there is actually a way to pull up an emoji keyboard. If you hold your Windows key and you do Windows key and period, it'll pull up an emoji keyboard. And there are actually some default like cow emojis as well, which if you know what those are, it's pretty decent. It's pretty good. Pretty good. And that's another way to access emojis if you don't want to use the inbuilt keyboard in the chat. Because they'll work the same. They'll work the same. You just won't have access to like the YouTube only ones, like the people, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know what would be easier? My dumbass would just grab the part that I need to exclude and then invert it. But no! I had to do it the hard way. I had to do it the hard way. Like a dummy. Like a fool. Yeah, it won't have the YouTube ones. They're so cute! Like, aren't they just awesome? Like, I can't really complain about the default, like, emotes that they give. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. This chat is like a preschool right now. Hey, isn't that how we... I mean, isn't that kind of how we always are? I mean, I'm not really too surprised. Sounds like a normal day for this stream. All right. Now to get rid of this. Oh my gosh, it is you! That's the Len emote. It's the Len emote. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's the Keth emote. I love that. They feel so fitting for y'all. Preschool, not nursery home. Crazy. Crazy. Y'all just got called a preschool. How do you feel about that? This is me! I see we're finding our spirit emotes. Oh, wait! We look at each other like this while Ice does this stuff. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Oh. I never knew we would be finding spirit emotes today. But here we are. Here we are. Oh man, this is actually... There's gotta be a faster way to do this. Right? Actually, there might be. Hold on, there might be. But I'm gonna have to do it for the next one because I've already committed to this. I think I'd have to use the erase with like line guidance tool next time. Need to go make that my profile picture? Down. As one wise YouTuber said, "You are what you eat, and I'm a child at heart." That is so based. Oh yeah. Did you guys know that this dummy got sick this week? I'm actually alright now. Well, I'm technically still recovering. If my voice sounds a little funny, that is actually why. Yeah, this dummy here somehow caught strep throat. Yippee! And I'm like, oh, yeah, I mean, I probably need to go see someone about that, right? So I go and see someone. And get this. They're like, okay, well, we need to prescribe you medicine, antibiotics. And it was this whole song and dance because I had to be like, hey, so I'm actually allergic to penicillin. Cannot do penicillin, and the main antibiotics that you usually get for strep throat is penicillin. So it's this whole song and dance, and they give me an alternative, and then we have like this chat, and they're like, oh, you should be fine with this, just like, you know, rest, take like anti-inflammatories, and you know, take your antibiotics, blah 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 blah. But if your symptoms get worse at any point, like if they stay the same, it's fine. But if your symptoms get worse, like degrade, go to the hospital. What? What do you mean, go to the hospital? What do you mean? What am I dealing with here, Chief? And that's when I learned. I was like, oh, you don't mess with strep throat. Apparently it's that's nasty. But no, I'm pretty much almost done with my antibiotics, and it's mostly gone, so we are in the clear. Almost. But yeah, that happened to me. Imagine getting sick! Totally did not get intense headache for 3 days. Points and laughs. Points and laughs. I mean, that sucks, actually. Yeah. Sounds fine to me. Oh, like my voice? Thanks. I don't sound sick? Thanks. Actually. I'm just superior to the strep throat, actually. This is YueHua doing art. Stop, that's so cute. Oh, I can't get over how cute those emotes are. It's adorable. Oy, oy, oy. So, you know, on the bright side, at least I got time off work. I'll take it. That's a win in my books. Catch something pretty dangerous, but got time off work? Yeah, that's cool with me. Sounds great, actually. Sign me up. I'll take time off work. Correction, paid time off work. This is YueHua? What do you mean? I'm being called Olge. Looks like a Styrian. It does, actually. Wait, hold on. It's got the hair swish and everything. It's got the hair swish. Good to hear, at least. Yeah. Thankfully, it wasn't like crazy serious. But you're. I've been antibiotics for a while now, so I'm Gucci. I am Gucci. I will say though, what an experience it was to go sit in that emergency room and be like, well, not emergency room, it was like urgent care or something. Because no doctors had open appointments on a Friday, of all things. Not a single doctor had like a free appointment for that same day. So like, alright, fine. So we went into urgent care instead. But man, having to sit there and listen to small babies crying and screaming for 2 hours. 2.5 hours, actually, I think we waited. That was probably my least favorite part. Cause like, you can't help but just empathize. It's like these small children are like screaming and crying, and you're like, damn, I'm so sorry. Whatever you're going through, it sounds pretty bad. Rest in pineapple pizza. That sounds like heaven to me. It's called gambling? Excuse me? I always think of that post that's like, once I drank creek water and got 2 weeks of work. See, my version of that post would be, so my brother and his family came for a visit, and then I got a week off work. Because lo and behold, you won't believe what they all had the week or two before. You won't believe what they had. Damn, I wonder where I got it. It's a mystery. Crazy. Don't forget, raise your hand before you speak. Hold on, there's an emo for that. Stop, it's so cute. I'm gonna squish it. I need to squish it. I don't think you understand. I need to just grab it with my fist and just squeeze it like a stress ball. Hey, whenever I eat onion rings, he just won't stop calling me. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. Sounds pretty bad. There's the balance if I get it, and wow, that is loud. Yeah. Yeah. How many of these count as hand raising? I think all of the above. I think all of the above. Also, how is the delay actually? I've set it to be like a sort of like a, it's supposed to be a faster latency, but it's not the fastest one. Because I wasn't sure if my internet would be able to handle it or not. Yeah. I suppose you'll see, like, the speed at which it pops up on the stream is probably like a good indicator, right? 8 seconds! Oh my gosh. Okay, that's a huge delay. That's a huge delay. I'll probably try ultra low latency next time. Yeah, it's a lot slower than I expected. I don't think I can change that while I'm live. Well, today I learned. Today I have learned. Man, I have just fallen in love with this charcoaly, like, pencil brush. Like, everything I could want and more in a brush. I just think it's so beautiful. The texture just, like, scratches the right itch in my brain. And this should help me blend a little more. Yes. I guess rewrite stream at like 5 minutes so I can say that you're delayed by 5 minutes. Alright, well, so we're disregarding iSpread's input there. Yep, alright, noted. Time for me to get ready for today. Fun stream so far. Have a good one, y'all. No worries, Kat. Sorry. No worries, Kita. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. It was lovely catching you. If we both have the Aussie debuff, does that cancel out or make the delay worse? Excellent question, actually. Delayed by an hour? Crazy. In my defense, okay, listen, in my defense, my brain went straight to like the profile picture, but because it's so small, all the colors are kind of like blurring together to me, and so my brain just kind of like jumped. It basically skipped the username entirely. Whoops. When are you starting stream? Never. Never. Sorry, too bad. I guess it's just there's no stream today. I don't know what this is, but it's definitely not a stream. It's totally not a stream. Damn, I wonder why I'm losing it. It's almost like there were some cheeky buns being very silly or something. Stream has already been running for 10 minutes an hour ago. Damn. Crazy, crazy. New platform? Who dis? Mods, eviscerate this mod. Duke it out in the arena. read off our minds. Yeah, it's already been an hour? Crazy. I guess we have been kind of like yapping quite a bit. It's that new streamer Yo-Yo, right? One of these days, I'm just gonna show up as a yo-yo, and that's it. That's stream. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Love to see it. How is our stream, Yo-Yo? I don't know. How is our stream? We've done a grand whopping nothing. We've done a grand total of nothing. Make a subathon where it's just never-ending stream of PNG of a yo-yo. Just like a yo-yo going like up and down. It's one of those endless streams. Do you think people would actually watch that? I feel like there's a... I feel like for the humor of it, some people would maybe be interested in that just for the giggles. Just for the... You know what it would be? Like, people would watch that, I think. Because here's the catch, right? It's the value in being able to say, I was there. I was there for that endless stream. I was there the longest watching the it would become like a competition. People would use it as like a humor and status thing. You know what I mean? Like, I can see people doing that. It makes like a boing sound at random intervals. No, stop, because people would. I was there. I was there. That's what I mean. People would watch that. Wouldn't put it past them. I've seen weirder things, I think. The internet is a strange place, after all. It is indeed a strange place. So would. Great April Fool stream. I'm definitely not writing this down. We're not writing this down at all. There's something about like... There's something about using the scratchy texture occasionally over the like marker brush effect. It just, I don't know, it just does something. My brain's like, yes. This is the right texture, my brain goes. Could it be that I am just someone who's visually stimming when I use a crunchy brush like this? Is that possible? Is that a possibility? Also, hi Vartix, welcome back from work. Welcome back. You survived. Congratulations. Getting a long list of April Fool's streams lined up. Hey, you gotta have one every year for however many years. Better to build a backlog now, I say. Keep you all on your toes. Who knows? Who knows? Can start prepping that yo-yo. Well, I mean, if you take the concept seriously, a yo-yo stream, do you think... I feel like I could see like someone who's like a professional yo-yoer or something doing like a yo-yo stream where they maybe try to beat like a world record for how long they can keep a yo-yo going. But it's turned into like a subathon or something. It's like, how many subs can I get for retries until we get to beating the record or something? I can see that happening. The internet is a wide place, after all. It's to be like more gradual. It's a higher than average possibility. Real. Surviving was a surprise. Oh no! Was it that bad? Was it that bad? You have 319 days to become a YueHua master. Oh, sweats. The pressure is on. The stakes are high. Surely that can be achieved, right? You all believe in me. Alright. I think that is sufficient. What I do need to do... open this up for the eyes. This is the only problem with like this art style that I'm doing is I've yet to really figure out a way to streamline it, like to really make it more efficient. Because it's very traditional in the fact that I have to manually layer all of the effects that I'm doing, and then I have to like erase each part afterwards. Hold on, is this referring to the layer? It is. I do not want that to be happening. Excellent. I have to be careful too, because if I lift the brush, it actually does multiply when it brushes over again. YueHua the YueHua? What is this? Cops did show up, not near me, but still. Oh my gosh, what? Really? Oh my gosh, that's scary. Well, I'm glad you were right though. You can be a yo-yo god. Don't stop at only mastering it. Transcend all beliefs and reality. What is this? A shunsha but for yo-yos? If YueHua and YueHua would fight, who would win? I think YueHua would because he can yo-yo. Yeah, look, I concede. I concede. I think YueHua beats me in that department. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Outclassed, clearly. Actually, would it be faster if I did? No, because we don't get the overlay effect underneath. Because I was just thinking I could block in the parts that I want to do first and then clip to it. But the problem that I am having is because of the like traditional way this brush works, there is a bit of like an overlay effect. So you do see a little bit of the color underneath coming through, which is part of the style, which I don't know how to streamline this. I don't know. I don't know, man. Because the coloring process right now is very labor intensive, I'm realizing. Wasn't related to the site. Apparently someone drove their car into the ditch on the road to the work site and they got it stuck. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yikes. Freaky. Freaky for them. Oh my goodness. Hope everything's alright though. Haven't picked up the pen in so long, gotten rusty. I believe in you. I believe in you. Watching the TTS attempts on Twitch. They have been silenced. That didn't happen. Fake news. It's almost like I can see it. It's almost like I can see them. It was really fake news. Alright, let's get this hair sorted. Make sure Kaipa's hair is nice and light. Now there is a small issue here. I think I have to I don't know if I can separate them. Maybe we just wing it. Possibly. Because I think the key here is I want to, because I'm still kind of figuring some stuff out for this style, but I think the key is I go in with the with the marker brush, which is what I'm using right now. And we get some like general color stuff going on. We can always make like corrections with the pencil brush afterwards. So even if it's like kind of a little bit out of the lines, it's alright. We can live with it. That's what I'm telling myself. It didn't happen. Fake news wouldn't do that. Sure. 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 Keep telling yourself that. Drove past and it looked like they were fine. Oh, that's good at least. That's good, because that's scary. Like, man. Driving into a ditch. You never know. Reasons why I find cars terrifying, personally. Reasons why, if I can avoid having to drive, I will. I will absolutely avoid it. I'm just not a fan. I don't know. I don't like being in a big metal box going at incredibly unfathomable speeds. Something about that deeply unsettles me. And I feel like not enough people are scared of that. We have become so desensitized to how scary that actually is as a concept. By playground rules, I claim nuh-uh on that one. Sure. Sure. I learned how to drive. I thought I'm finally free, only to meet a bigger boss. Parking. Parking. The final boss of driving. See, I did have my learners for a while, so it's not like I haven't driven before, but parking, a nightmare, forever and always. Crazy. The average speeds are pretty fathomable. A working vehicle will actually even tell you what those speeds are. Shut up. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have you ever considered that maybe I just don't want to fathom those speeds? Have you ever considered that knowing them is almost scarier than not knowing them? Have you considered that going at those speeds is terrifying? Perhaps I don't want to know. Perhaps I'll just close my eyes. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure nothing wrong will happen. Nothing bad will happen if I close my eyes while driving, right? All the other cars will just magically move out the way for me. Someone left a mean note about my parking on my second week of having a license. Did you still have like your P's or something? Because look, if I feel like, I don't know if this is just an Australian thing. Why are people so mean to L's and P platers? Second week of red P? What? And they're that mean? No, that's just no. Because look, if you didn't even have like your L or your P in your window and there's no indicator that you're like a fairly newer driver, then like, I guess, but for someone to do that specifically when you clearly have an indicator showing you're still in like your, like, sure, maybe it's been a while, but like you're still technically learning, kind of, you know, you're gaining experience still. That's awful. Dude, I'm so sorry. This is why we hide the plates in the car. No. Yeah, because people take it as a target. People here, at least. So for context, for those that don't know, in Australia, when you're learning to drive, you get your L plates, which is like a little, it's like a yellow L that you put in the back of your window. And then after your L, you get your P plates, which is like, there's like a red and a green. I forget exactly how it works, but the P's come after your L's, and it's basically like you're still technically learning, but you have your license, you can drive on your own. It's just an indicator to kind of show that you're still gaining experience, right? You're still pretty fresh to the road. So like, tell me why people here, if they see an L or a P in your window, take it as a sign to absolutely dog on you for any and everything. Like, they will take it as an active invitation to be a bully to you on the road and off the road. It's awful. It's actually awful. They give you an L just for learning? Wow, so rude. Crazy. Ugh, no, it's like, yeah, no, driving culture here is just, it's warped in my opinion. Driving culture is pretty warped. Another reason why I kind of hate the notion of having to learn to drive is people are just mean. People are so mean here. And they don't even know how to drive. Maybe because you were an old man, the last car you ever driven was a steam-powered car. Listen, if I had a steam-powered car, I feel like that would be awesome. Tell me why we don't have steam-powered cars yet. Oh, no, to be fair, water is kind of scarce here. I can see how it would not really work for Australia. some of the shading going. Get a little bit more pink. Alright, good enough. Good enough. Oh, you know what I hate? Tell me. Tell me. I keep seeing videos about driving and I go to the comment sections and everyone is in agreement that doing the speed limit is wrong. And they mean it in a that's too slow way. What? What? Dude, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. What? That's insane. It's actually like, look, it's one thing to be within the speed range, like if you're slightly faster or slightly slower, and by that I mean, you know, within the 5-10 kilometers faster, 5-10 lower, but ideally you don't really want to be anywhere near 10 above. But like going way above or way below the speed limit is dangerous for a reason. Shaking my head. Fun fact, in my country, the lack of speed limit on certain roads is a huge culture feud. Wait, right. Some places just don't have speed limits in certain areas. That's scary. No. That's scary. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. A lot of our highways don't have limits. How successful do you think that is for your country, personally speaking? I'm very curious. I'm very curious. In certain areas. Okay, yeah. Cause like, I'm pretty sure all of our roads here have speed limits. There's always a guideline for how fast you should be going here in Australia, depending where you are. If you don't see like a speed sign, there's normally a rule of thumb that they teach you where it's like, if you're in suburban, it's like this speed. If you're in more like commercial areas or like bigger roads, then it's like usually more, but usually there's speed signs for those places, etc, etc. I'm not a car guy, for the record. Okay, true. Still, what is your humble opinion? I think it's very stupid that it's such a huge argument. Yeah, understandable, actually, because like I can understand, I think, both sides of that argument, because it's not like there aren't places where less rules actually makes people safer, but it depends on the place and the people and the culture. It absolutely depends on like the place and the people. Because I know there are places that like I distinctly remember when I went to visit Malaysia and we would drive around. We were usually driven around by other people, like locals. Because we would get like Ubers. And like it was so surprising to see how the road rules there were a lot like looser, more flexible, and people were basically more aware of each other as a result of not just leaning on road rules. They had like their culture of driving taught them to be more aware of like everyone around them. So people were more likely to give way or to like move aside or to like not like very fluid driving. It was insane to me to like notice. But yeah, there's a time and a place for it, I think, and it depends. But yeah. I don't think that would work here for sure. Not with Australians. Oh my gosh. Australians are useless at driving. I don't know how bad it is elsewhere. I've heard things, but like I like to joke that like drivers in WA are just, they just don't know how to drive. They don't know how to drive. They really don't. It's bad. Though I did have a friend in uni who came from, I think he came from, oh, where was it? I want to say Melbourne. I don't know if it was Melbourne. Might have been New South Wales, actually. I don't know. It was from somewhere. Somewhere on the opposite side of Australia, basically. And he told me, if you think Perth drivers are bad, where I come from, it's worse. I'm like, oh, how? How do you get worse? How do you get worse? There's some roads around where I live that don't have any posted speed limits. The only rule I was told in those cases is drive what you're comfortable at. That's crazy. What? That's scary to me. Cause like, what's stopping, like, people will probably like, wouldn't there be more road bullying as a result? Or road raging? Because like, what if someone is driving in front of you and they're like going slower than your comfortable speed? I imagine that would happen quite often. And then you would get people that would road rage. Because the people who would go like way fast are like maybe more likely people who would get like frustrated at those driving slower than them. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just jumping the gun here. Huge e-bike on path debate here. Wait, really? Really? Huh. Because I know in Australia e-bikes and e-vehicles are limited to, I think it's like a top of 25 kilometers an hour. They're not allowed to go faster than that. But they're not fast enough to really be comfortable on the road. So there's not really anywhere else for them but on the bike path, right? On normal pedestrian paths, it is kind of scary. It is kind of scary because you do get the jerks who don't slow down when they're passing people, especially people who are like maybe walking their dogs or like walking like with prams and children. And it gets pretty dangerous. Because if you get hit with someone going like 25k or the people who go faster than 25k, that's a small vehicle smashing into you on a pedestrian pathway. It's yeah, I don't really have much to say in that department other than like I do think there needs to be like more discussion and more debate and more like solutions. Because it's not ideal right now. It's definitely not ideal. The city, though. It's always the cities. It's always the cities. I will say, like, because I'm quite fortunate that, like, where I live, we do have quite a lot of decent, like, bike paths. Specifically, like, for those outside of Australia, or even like, I don't know if they do it differently for you, Len, but our dedicated bike paths are almost always colored in like a dark orange-red color. So they're pretty distinct and you always know it's a bike path because of that color. And it's usually like, people can walk on it too, like you can use it as a pedestrian walkway as well, but they're wide. They're usually quite wide and they'll support, you know, 2 or 3 bikes worth on it, lane width wise. And I'm quite fortunate that where I live, we have quite a lot of those. Especially going from like along quite a lot of like the big roads and to like train stations and stuff like that. Like literally directly into train stations. So you can literally take your bike to a train station and just train somewhere. It's quite nice. It is quite nice. And I do think e-bikes should be allowed at least on the bike paths, for sure. But plain pedestrian walkways, that one, definitely up for debate. Definitely. No, we just have the white line and symbol? Really? Huh. Yeah, we have like a dedicated different color tarmac for it as well. Yeah, it's like a dark red color. Usually a separate path with railing on the side. What? Really? We don't have railing or nothing. It's pretty free for all with our pathways. It's pretty free for all here. Huh. No longer a fan of YouTube chat. There's a character limit for messages. No. Yeah, I think it's pretty small. I think you'd have to do like multiple parts or something. But there shouldn't be a limit on how many messages you can send. So yeah, that's the one downside. I was once walking with my phone out listening to music in my earbuds, and one cyclist just whooshed past me. Definitely felt him physically slap my phone out of my hand. Thankfully it didn't break. That's insane. What? Huh? I'm sorry. Who does that? Genuinely? Who does that? That's insane. That's insane behavior. What the heck? Jeez. That's like, that's like the time, oh gosh, you get a few of these people. People who like mod their e-bikes or e-scooters to go way above the speed limit that we have here. I'm talking like 3-4 times the speed limit. Not just 5-10 kilometers faster. I'm talking like 50, 60, even 70 kilometer speeds. And they don't care. They don't care. They just like right past you, almost knocking you over. Crazy. Crazy. At least he didn't steal it? Yeah. I guess. Yeah, no, some people just want to be jerks. Some people just want to be jerks. So on the news, there's like an e-bike gang that have modified e-bikes that have been terrorizing surrounding neighborhood. No, really? Yeah, I guess it was bound to happen. It's a very accessible mode of transportation. Almost, well, yeah. We had something similar, but not to that extent. It's like we have like we have a problem where there's like a bunch of like teenagers and kids that have been essentially going around on e-scooters and e-bikes and causing a lot of like property damage and doing a lot of stealing in like the neighborhood as of lately. And it's getting to a point where like people have been trying to figure out how to take it into their own hands, and I don't know how I feel about that, considering I was caught in the middle of that before when some random dude at like midnight just screams at me when I'm like riding past on my e-bike. Because mind you, I'm like, I just finished like my night shift work and I'm like, I'm heading home like I always do. Just like some guy screams at me like, yeah, sure, okay. Okay, man. Love that. I don't know why cops don't take it seriously though. They should. They absolutely should. Man. Not good. Not good. Yeah, because that's just gonna escalate and then it's gonna become like a problem for the people who just live there. See if we can get a little bit of shading on this. That's the thing, it will escalate? Yeah, absolutely. Because if one group proves that they can like get away with it, then there's no reason that others won't pick it up as well. That is how it goes. Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, like, the people getting a hold of like e-vehicles, like e-bikes and e-scooters, are quite often younger people. And the unfortunate thing is, like, unlike a car, they're not going through like a strict learning process. They're not going through having to save money to buy, you know, a whole car, maybe getting a loan to actually afford the car. There's a scooter and an e-bike is like, you could save up for a few weeks working a part-time job and you could get one. It's that easy. And so, or worse, and we've been having this a lot here, some parent thinks it's a brilliant idea to gift their 12-year-old or 13-year-old an e-scooter for Christmas or their birthday. And now you have a nuisance who doesn't understand that what they're riding can hurt themselves and other people very easily. Terrible combination if you ask me. Like, not that kids shouldn't have, like, mobility, but, oh, jeez. Someone needs to sit down and teach these kids that what they're driving can hurt other people. It's not like a bicycle, where, like, an injury is not likely to be that severe. Maybe at worst, like a broken bone. But yeah, no. It's not good. Back in my day, we smacked our ankles with razor scooters and we liked it. High five. High five, Len, you and me both. I had a razor scooter and I too would smash that thing into my ankles. Every single time. Every single time. I distinctly remember having, like, I had this silver and blue one. Yeah. I remember it had like the blue handles and the blue wheels. No, Len's not Len's not alone. That's exactly what I went through. I did the exact same thing. It's a very staple, like, Australian childhood piece was the razor scooters. I think every kid had one from my generation. we used to like, because this is back when you would play with kids in the cul-de-sac, right? I was pretty young at the time. They were mostly like my brother's friends. But I remember in the cul-de-sac that we used to live in, you know, like our old house, pretty much all the kids on that street had Razor scooters. And I think there was like at least 8, 9 of us. Yeah, this is the same group of kids where like we had little Digimon, the first gen Digimon devices that I made jealous because me as an 8-year-old somehow got Metal Greymon and they were so jealous of me. I think my very first vehicle is a bike. Never got a scooter though. Yeah, I think I had a scooter first and then a bike. I didn't use my bike nearly as much as my scooter though. I think it's mostly because where we lived wasn't really bike friendly. A scooter was a lot easier because like you kind of had to be on the road sometimes and cars just did not care about you. So if you had a scooter and there was a car, you could at least just like hop onto the sidewalk really quickly. Or like onto like someone's lawn or like roadway. Whereas a bike, it felt a little bit too hard to do that. When you picked them up by the handle, the base swung around? Yes! Yes! Hold on. I need to... I must illustrate this. I must show... Here. I will enlighten you. I will enlighten you. Hold on, I think I actually found the exact one that I had. Hold on. I think my search result showed it got the exact one that I had. Here you go. This was what we're talking about. So basically, it was on a swivel, the handle and the base, right? If you lifted that scooter by the handles, that bottom base would swing around at like crazy speed. And it's full metal. It's full metal. It's heavy. That thing swings into your ankles. She's gonna hurt a lot. The amount of ouchies that I received from this scooter. But yeah, this is actually the exact one that I had as well. Down to the blue foam handles. Oh, sweet memories. Yeah, they hurt. They hurt. Crazy. After that, a bunch of children surrounded us and slapped us with slippers. Wait, hold on. I think I'm missing a component here. I still remember one incident that happened back in the day. I was trying to ride a bike on 2 wheels and a kid laughed at me, and out of anger, I just bumped him with the bike. Deserved. After that, a bunch of children surrounded us and slapped us with slippers. Afterwards, the child's parents started to burn the house down. No comment, actually, on that child's parents. Like childlike parent, they say? Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know whose parents decides that's an adequate response to give to a child. Crazy. Crazy. So when I had to, yo, high five! Razor buddies. Still in my parents' garage? Oh, I don't think we still have mine. I think we had it for a long time in the garage, but I think we've either chucked it or donated it in the recent years. I think yeah, it must have been pretty recent that we actually gave it away. Sadly. But alas, it was old, it was dusty, and it was infested with spiders. So, who knows where it lives now? Somewhere. Somewhere. Yeah, sweet memories though. Different times, you know? Days of actually like playing in the cul-de-sac with other kids. And like, I wasn't an outdoorsy kid. But even I still got out a little bit. Because like I said, like at that age, there wasn't really much to do. This was when... Yeah, this was probably... I want to say... my early years. Probably... playing on the cul-de-sac and having that razor scooter and actually playing with other kids in the neighborhood must have been, I think, at latest up to age 10. Somewhere between like 7 and 10. And I was the annoying younger sibling. My poor brother. Because they were technically his friends. And I was just there to be a nuisance. Because no, I have to do everything my brother does. I have to do everything he does. I need to play all the games that he plays. His friends? No, my friends. You know how it is. Little duckling of a little sibling. Was a roller skates kid? Yo! Same! Not in my early years, but I think it was between like 11 to 14, I want to say, roughly in that era. We used to go roller skating quite a lot at like a local skating rink. I used to go for lessons, and then quite often just like a free session where you can just like you can just skate in a circle for a while to some music. That was fun. I used to love doing that. Could only go up to medium speeds with no tricks because I was a wise child and falling was scary. Same. I wasn't someone who knew how to do any tricks, but I was comfortable with going a little bit faster than usual. And like, maybe I took a tumble or two, but yeah, I always loved pushing myself to see how fast I could go though. But I limited myself to the quad skates. I never really used the inline ones. Not until like when I was older. I don't know why they're threatening to burn our house down though. I still remember our house was made out of bricks and concrete. I don't remember when, but something did burn in that house and it was old. Oh no! A mattress? What? Ice, that's scary. That's scary. Think of anything in this house called fire. It would be Jover. It would be Jover. Definitely fell without roller skates. Wait, hold on. My chat here is covering it. Fell a lot without roller skates than with them. Oh no. Oh no. Rest in pieces. Who burned the mattress? It was I was very fascinated by fire. Ice? Excuse me? Excuse me? There's something you need to talk about. To be fair, like, what kid isn't, though? I'm just surprised you got far enough to actually ignite a fire on your mattress. That's terrifying. Kids, don't do that at home, please. Disclaimer, don't set your mattress on fire. It is ill-advised. See, I had an extremely tame childhood compared to a lot of these stories. I was really not an adventurous kid. I was not an adventurous kid at all. I was very much the anxious child that would have preferred to stay inside at all times, if possible. Yes. The only time I stopped is when I was very distracted. When I got a tablet, all that thing stopped. I see. A fidgety and bored child, I see. Was and still am fascinated by fire, but the craziest thing I set on fire is a bug. Oh no, the poor bug! No! For science, though. For science, they say. One roasty toasty morsel coming right up. I didn't mean to. I was burning a little bit of string. I didn't know it was cotton. It would make a flash fire and burst into flame. That's, yeah, actually, I mean, as a child, how are you supposed to know? But also, why did you have access to lighting fires? Why did you have access to that as a child? That's probably the first problem. No, it is, but I think that's a very normal human feeling. I think it's because fire is so intrinsically linked to, like, to humanity's survival since day one. Maybe that's why it's, like, such a fascinating thing. It's, like, deep in our ancestral DNA, if you will. Maybe my hair? Listen, some of us out here just trying things. I see y'all were a lot more adventurous than I ever was. Wow. I feel very boring compared to all of this. I'm gonna be honest. I was the computer kid. That's it. I think the worst I ever did was get a virus on my computer at like 10. And then like run out the room crying because I didn't know what a virus was. And it was one of those viruses where like the hackers thought they were funny or whatever and would put like scary pictures. I say scary. This one was really tame. It was just them being humorous, I think, with their virus. It was just like a cartoon like ghost being like, ooh. Nothing bad, but I was young enough to be terrified because like I at least understood the computer enough to know that like if something unprompted pops up like that, it's bad news. And I remember running out of the room like terrified. Immediately crying to my dad. I was like, ah, something scary on the computer. It's like, oh, it's just a virus. Yeah, literally. Literally, PNG of a cartoon ghost going. 10-year-old me runs out crying, pissing, yelling. Truly too much for my teeny tiny timid heart. Oh, gotcha. Had lighters lying around, but still, parents should not be leaving that stuff around for kids to get. Damn. Alright, Kaipo, your hair. It is done. My word. Talk about effort. Crazy amount of effort went into that. The saddest thing about being a non-smoking pyromaniac is that your smoking relatives steal your lighters. No! My condolences, actually. Was a very fidgety child. If I was not doing anything, I felt all ticklish. That, yeah. No, I get you. I get you. Sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes you just gotta do something. I guess, like, I wouldn't call myself a fidgety child. I mean, maybe I was. But I think by fidgety, it's like not in like a very, I guess, outward sense. It'd be like restless, I think, is less fidgety, more restless. But I think the thing that really sort of made that less obvious to people around me as a kid is because I was the art kid. I was the kid who, when I was bored, I would be picking up a pen and paper and drawing something. Or with my with my collection of of like assorted miscellaneous toys from various random things that did not belong together. I would create elaborate stories, and that would entertain me. That would entertain me. But yeah, I for the most part would just like draw a lot or doodle a lot. And we always had like a ton of scrap paper lying around, so I think that's why people never noticed. I was always channeling that like restlessness into just drawing. Same. On the plus side, they may also forget their letters at your house and you get free ones. True! True! See, it's a give and take. It's a give and take relationship. I remember as a child, if I was just sitting on a chair, I need to move. If I don't move my legs, I feel ticklish, I need to move, or else I start laughing softly at myself. Aw. Aw. I get ya. I get ya. I think like, oh yeah, that's something. I wasn't necessarily a kid that was like jumping and bouncing around a lot, but I had to keep my hands busy. I was someone who often needed to keep my hands busy. And I think that was, I mean, looking back, it was definitely a neurodivergent thing. It was definitely the autism and the ADHD. For sure. Because I remember, like, I used to be pretty obsessed with, like, soft textiles. Like there was a specific cloth that I used to have, and I remember, like, I would very often use it as like a way to keep my hands busy along the seam of the cloth. I would like run my fingers, and it always confused my family because they're like, how the heck do you do that? And I'm like, I don't know, I just do it. Like, I don't know. Like, if you imagine, the best way I can describe it is like, if you imagine, like, you know how like your stereotypical mental image of a monk with like the beads in their hands, and they shuffle the beads along their hand, like it just a single hand motion. I would do something similar, but with the edge of like a cloth, specifically along like the seam, just with one hand. But yeah, that's my thing. My bizarre thing. And like I had to do that. I had to do that for a long time to be able to fall asleep. I was also very curious if I had a toy with like mechanism inside, I would crack that bad boy open and see what's inside. I think that's just curiosity. Honestly, I had a very similar urge as a child, but I grew up in a pretty strict setting, so I knew that if I cracked anything open, I would have hell to pay. So I had to repress that urge. So instead of cracking it open, I would just like imagine what's inside and try to like theorize in my head how it worked. I still remember once I had a toy car that transforms, and like I put it in water to see if it would still work. It did. Not after a while though. Also put water inside the exhaust of my father's motorcycle. No! You're just a little troublemaker, aren't you? Had episodes in school where if I didn't move my tummy, would twist and I would feel super uncomfortable, so I rocked in my chair. Or if the teacher was cool, they would let me pace around the room. Aw, that's good at least. Yeah, I get that. I get that. It's like these little almost like itches in our body. We gotta like scratch them. Sometimes it just be like that. Pretty sure it was just overstimulation. It makes sense. It makes sense. Nowadays it almost never happens to me. I get that, actually. I think a lot of the stuff in school or early school is especially overstimulating on like a kid with neurodivergence. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I would like zone out a lot in school. That would be how I like know I got overstimulated in hindsight, probably. It's probably why I also like I missed out on a lot of stuff. I was definitely the inattentive kind, because a teacher would be like teaching how to read an analog clock or something, and I will have just completely zoned out or spaced out for most of what they're saying, and by the time I tune back in, I'm completely lost. So I just tune back out again. And then it's downhill from there, because that was like, I want to say like 50% of my time in education. And nobody was noticing for a very long time that I was falling behind. Yes, sirree. Also, I had a tendency for taking things apart. I was usually able to put them back together though, so I didn't get caught often. Yo, actually, you jogged a memory for me. So, I may not have been, what is it? A child that took things apart, but the closest that I got, was doing things like, so my family was pretty ahead of the curve on getting like game consoles and computers and tech related stuff because my dad's in a very like tech heavy field. So he was always kind of like interested in like the latest games and like stuff like that. So I had very early exposure to things like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, Xbox and all that jazz, right? And I remember as a child being fascinated with like how they're set up with the cables out back. So no one taught me this. No one taught me this. I just, of my own accord, was like, huh, I wonder if I could get the PlayStation to play on like a different TV. So I crawled out the back. I took one look at the cables, was like, plugs it out, takes all of it over to the other TV, and just starts like, just with like memory, plugging it back in. And like, no one's taught me how to do this. Mind you, I'm like 10 or 11. Okay. And I plug it into this other TV and I'm like, oh, I can play. Oh. And I remember like getting the colors of like, do you remember how the old consoles had like the 3 color cables, right? You had the red, the yellow, and the white. And I remember as a kid, I had trial and error with this. I was like, I plugged them in randomly at first and I was like, huh, why is it not working? And then eventually my pea brain figured out, oh, red in red, yellow in yellow, white in white. And so like, I would just move the consoles around randomly. And my parents didn't notice for a while. They didn't notice for a while because I would keep moving it like back and forth. Yeah, the yellow, white, red cables. Yep. On the good old like old analog TVs as well, where you'd get like that staticky effect. Yeah. Ah, different times. Yeah, so like, I wasn't someone who took stuff apart, but when it came to like the technology in our house, I was very on top of like basic computer literacy and like knowing how to sort of like interpret cables and do a lot of that setup, and no one taught me. Like this is all stuff that I just figured out on my own. And I don't think my parents realized for a long time that I had just figured out how to do all of this. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's right. One of my most proudest moments I remember was so I think one of my birthdays I got like one of those really cheap kids TVs. This is back when they were bricks, okay? So this whole thing was like a cube. Okay, this TV was a cube. You have to keep that in mind, it's a brick. It was pretty small, but I had it because my parents were like, oh, you know, if you want to watch like a movie or something, you can have it in your room. Stuff like that. I was like, cool. So I had the bright idea. To be like, I see the red, white, yellow cables here. Does this mean I could potentially plug the PS2 in here? And so I just like, I remember one day just like sneaking the PS2 out of the main room and then like putting it in my room and like trying to very quietly play the PlayStation 2 late at night. Vivid memories, by the way, of playing Spyro the New Beginning and the forget what it's called, but it's the Spyro Cinder game where it was like the very realistic art style, where you were like the two dragons were like sort of chained together for the majority of the game. I remember playing that one on there quite a lot. Yeah, fond memories, man. Had a TV in my room for watching VHS movies. Parents didn't realize it could also work with a PlayStation. Same! Many nights were spent playing in secret. Yo, high five, Bartix. You and me both. You and me both. I think I managed to also get like the PlayStation 1 working in there once. And that's when like my Digimon binging happened. The Digimon World game that I had didn't work past like, I think it was like the mountain level or whatever, because our copy was broken. So I had to give up on that. But what I did play was the Digimon card battle game on PlayStation 1. That was good. That was so good. I played that to death. Used to play around with those two. Like if you just plug two of those, you get monochrome. Right? Right? Man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure white was sound. I think red and yellow is to do with like the visual. One of them is color and one of them is like value or something. Dawn of the Dragon! That's the one! That's the one! Yeah. I used to play that on my shitty 360p TV. I don't even know what resolution that TV was. I just know it was bad. That's so sad. I had a copy of Digimon World that only sometimes got past the opening sequence. No. Well, look, I actually, very recently, I was actually able to properly acquire a copy that was patched, because apparently it's to do with the US localization, or like the English localization. Apparently it was bugged. The English one was bugged. The whole game, like, technically works. Actually, I don't know. I think there was, I don't know what the full explanation is, but I know someone said it was something to do with, like, the localization, where, like, some of them would work and some of them were just bugged. But I managed to get a copy where it was patched, so I have actually been playing it. I think I'm up to, like, the Dino Desert now. Not too far, but I've managed to actually progress past the mountain. Played so many generations of games on that TV. I still have it with me. Aww. I don't think we still have the TV that I played with. I think that went a long time ago. But yeah, memories. We still have our consoles though. Unfortunately, our PlayStation 1 kind of, it's kind of on its last legs. It's kind of on its last legs. The last time I played it, we were running into the issue where I think it was to do with the memory card, maybe? But it was the same issue on both memory cards. So I think it was actually the console itself. But essentially, whenever you would save and load a game, didn't matter what game, it would like progressively take longer and longer to read and write save files. So yeah, that was kind of a sign that it was going. And I just haven't really touched the PlayStation 1 since, because I'm kind of scared that the more I try to play it, the more it'll like go. But I guess it's already on its last legs. What can you do? What can you do? It's its time, I suppose. I gotta keep it. How else am I gonna watch my VHS? True! I can't believe we got rid of our VHS player. Because we actually still have so many VHS tapes. Like my original Pokemon, what was it called? The third movie with Entei and the Unknown. I still have that. It's on VHS. I have the physical VHS for that. Yeah, PS1 was an age. Absolutely was. Good memories. Used to play Quake with my bro on that dinosaur. Oh my gosh. I don't think I ever played Quake in particular. But there was one game that I distinctly, fondly remembering as a child. What was it called? I'm trying to remember now, but if anyone remembers a PlayStation 1 game that was basically a spin-off of another title, it was a spin-off of another franchise, and it was a combat game, or like a brawling game. Well, actually, it was a brawling game, and then there was a game mode where you could do like a tactical turn-based war thing. But the concept was that you had these like monsters. The monsters and the techs. So you had like this little piranha that you could play as, or you could play as like a juggernaut machine, or you could play as like a lady that rode on like a lizard and shot lasers at you. Or you could play as the lizard man that summoned crows. Yeah, kind of. There kind of was dinosaurs. I'm trying to remember the franchise. A fighting game with dinosaurs. Yes, no, I think, no. We might actually be thinking of the same thing. It was, what's the franchise about the guy that like becomes an undead vampire thing to exact revenge on his old master or father or something? And like the whole gimmick is like you suck up souls to restore your like health bar or something. I'm trying to remember what that was called. This was apparently the same franchise. Something the Reaver. Something the Reaver. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Hold the phone. Soul Reaver! That's what the game was called. Legacy of Kain? Yeah, Legacy of Kain. Hold on. Legacy of Kain. So let me just find though. It was a spin-off title for PlayStation 1. It's a fighting game. Ooh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Surely somewhere here. Surely it's somewhere here. Yeah, Legacy of Kain. So I never actually played Legacy of Kain. But I did play the spin-off. Maybe I have to be more specific. No, it's not here. Another streamer I used to watch play through the full series. I'm tempted to, honestly. I wouldn't mind picking up the Legacy of Kain titles for stream. I've been kind of interested in them. But the question is, do I play like the OG or do I play the remaster? That is the question. There's Blood Omens, Soul Reaver. Where is it? It's not on the wiki? Oh, wait! Wait, you're joking! You're joking! Okay. Has anyone heard of Nosgoth before? Unholy War! That's it! That's the one! Ah! Thank you! Kath! Yes! Unholy War was the game! That's the one! I used to play that to death. I freaking loved Unholy War. I freaking loved it. That was my bread and butter. That was my bread and butter of a game. Here, for those who don't know the game, this is what it looks like. The quality is bad, but yeah, so it was like this top-down 3D fighter where you would like pick these different creatures to play as. And it was like two factions. It was like the monsters and then like the techs. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. But apparently it's supposed to be within like, I don't know, it's supposed to be adjacent to the Legacy of Kain stuff. Yeah. No, but what I was looking at before that. So apparently, I didn't know this. I did not know this. Apparently Nosgoth is in the Legacy of Kain universe. I used to play Nosgoth. I used to freaking love Nosgoth until it like got canned. Because it was an online PvP game. Still have my achievements on Steam. Nosgoth was freaking cool though. I loved Nosgoth an insane amount. Because it's basically like a PvP game where you choose between like the vampire hunters and the vampires. And it would change what classes you can play. Like, here you go. Nosgoth. Nosgoth was so cool. It was such a good like PvP game, but it got the enshittification treatment, so it like naturally crashed and burned. Because they basically flooded it with microtransactions until like the player base died. It was pretty sad. This is like hanging around a retirement home. Beats you up actually. Beats you up for that one. But yeah, I only learned today that this game is part of the Legacy of Kain like universe. What the heck? Let me read this wiki section here real quick because this is insane to me. So, Nosgoth, a multiplayer game, was formally announced by Square Enix London Studios community manager George Keelian to be in development around June 2013. In response to a series of internet leaks and resultant speculation, according to Keelian, it was set to be in the same universe as previous Legacy of Kain titles, but would not be a traditional or even single-player Legacy of Kain experience. The game was intended to be viewed as very much on a separate branch to both the Soul Reaver and Blood Omen series, and Crystal Dynamics were not involved in its development. Killian stated that Nosgoth would be more formally announced and reveal a future date. When was it actually? It was never officially released, but began an open beta in January 2015, and then it shut down 2016. It lived for 1 year. The game lived for 1 year. I was very sad. I was very sad that it died. Nosgoth was so fun while it lasted. Yeah, it's one of those games that I kind of wish would come back. But, alas, is what it is. No, you can't play it anymore because the servers shut down. Because it was purely an online player versus player experience. Basically, it was like you would go into online lobbies, and you would be grouped either into the hunter side or the vampire side. And off that, you could choose certain classes. And then you would basically just duke it out, team versus team. And you would get points, you would level up, you would gain experience in the different classes that you play, you could upgrade them, get different augments, different abilities, and basically change your build as you like level up and gain more experience. But, yeah, it was purely an online experience. So the moment the servers shut down, the game went poof. It's not even on Steam anymore. Like, you can't publicly find it on the store page anymore, but if you played it, it's still in your history. It still exists in your history. Did you play as the vampire? I played as both. Yeah. It's upsetting when a loved game gets killed. Yeah, because like, the player base may not have been that big, but it was a very dedicated player base. It's just, it got the transaction treatment. So like, you would get all these microtransactions that like, they just pumped the game with microtransactions to a point that it killed what little of the player base was already there, and then it just died. Yeah. And then they just pulled the plug. It was very sad. I think they had something good there. You know, that's how it goes. It was not a money bag, so therefore they had to kill it. Wow, guys, I have made so little progress on this. We've just been yapping. Actually, almost too much. JK. Never too much. Good old capitalism. Can say that again. Have any of you played Impossible Creatures? No, I don't think I have. What is it? Is that like an older game, or? I don't think I've heard of it before. Oh, wait. Maybe I have. Maybe I have. I feel like if I saw a visual, I would probably clock if I have or haven't. But it sounds familiar. Is it on Steam? Was never meant to be a progress on stream. I wanted it to be though. Nah, it's alright. To be fair, there was so much to be figured out for this first stream. Besides, like, I do enjoy having a chat with all of y'all. I think it's quite fun. It is always a good time having a good fat yap about whatever. The only thing I play that can be called old is Plants vs Zombies and Zuma. Oh my gosh. To be fair, Plants vs Zombies is old now. Can you believe that? It is old. It's very old. Crazy. The visual is a scorpion with a tiger head. Oh yes, I think I've seen this. I think I've seen it on Steam. I have no idea what the game is about though. It's a strategy game where you make ridiculous hybrids to fight for you. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm gonna have to take a proper look. That sounds right up my alley. I refuse to accept Plants vs Zombies as old. Sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's old. It is, in fact, quite old. Yarr. Alright. If nothing else, I will finish coloring this. Bro. I will, or so help me. Dragon City from Facebook is old now? Farmville is old. Farmville from Facebook is old now. How does that make you feel? Mistress Laura Shigihara be witness to this BBC is old. Oh, these ancient games. Have mercy on us. Alright, that's the hair roughly done. Surely I can get the clothes. Oh no! I didn't do the hair there. Alright, we'll fix that up later. No, don't say Stardew Valley is old. That one I cannot accept. I cannot tolerate this. No, please. Please. Anything but that. Anything but that. I think I'll perish. Undertale is old! No! I still haven't even finished Persona 5. I still haven't finished that game. I need to, but it's like, it's such a time sink. Me and like JRPGs, man, are just, it's so hard. It's so hard to finish them. Like, don't get me wrong, like their stories are great. I'm invested. But I struggle to invest so much time. I really struggle. Say Skyrim is old. I'm gonna pass away at this point. I'm gonna fade away. This is just a retirement home. No longer Cult of the Bun. This is now retirement home with a bun. Come join me in my retirement home. As we all muse off an era long past. Era long gone. Alright, this color is not quite correct, so... mix it up a bit. Saturation down a little bit. Perfect. YueHua is the oldest person here? I mean, of course. Happens when you're a few thousand years old. Elder, get out of here. Mods, eviscerate the mod. Suggesting that the cult wasn't actually your retirement plan? Shh, no one needs to know. No one needs to know that. I mean, don't spill all our secrets. Can't spill all our secrets to the YouTube overlords. Gotta keep some things to ourselves. There must be some allure, some mystery, if you will. Let's try... I'm gonna try something. So I think this might actually work out to be a faster way to do erasing. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if this works. Hold on. Anti-overflow. Do not cross lines of reference layer. Tolerance, scaling, we'll do by 1. There we go. Sick! So now I should be able to just kind of like inside the lines. Yeah, I think this is a much faster way to do this than the like lasso tool that I was doing before. This is definitely better. Hi, art is looking good. Thank you so much, Soda Sunday. Thank you. We're getting there. Very slow progress today, but we're updating this reference sheet. Your model's looking crisp. It's very expressive. Why, thank you. Damn, it's almost like YouTube has a better bandwidth rate or something. It's crazy, I know. I don't know what everyone's secret on Twitch is on how they get their stuff looking so crisp, because I never get it to look crisp. And like the only difference here is that I did up the bit rate. But Twitch has like a hard limit, so like, I don't know. Oh, Danny! Hi! Hello! Good to see you! How you doing? Hopefully good. Usually 160p for me. YouTube is just very good at maintaining higher quality. Yeah. Twitch be twitchy. When is Twitch never ever functioning? Like, let's be real. Twitch functional? I don't think so. I don't think so. Good, taking it very slow today, successfully so. That's good. That's good to hear. Sometimes you just need a nice slow day. Sometimes that's what you need. I feel like we've had a pretty slow day today as well. Definitely not in a bad way. Just been kind of taking it easy, really. Because this dummy points to me. Well, I got strep throat. I caught strep throat a few days ago. Not a fun time. But I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better. Not so good. Yeah. It was a rough few days. It was a rough few days, but I've been taking my antibiotics and they're doing their job. I did say earlier it was funny because the doctor that I went to see, she was so casual. She was like, all right, here's your medicine. Here's like a few pointers, a few things, you know, you can do this to help alleviate pain, blah, 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 blah. And then like, so monitor your symptoms. If your symptoms are like, you know, getting better or staying the same, that's fine. It's all good. But if at any point your symptoms get worse while you're taking the antibiotics, hospital immediately. I'm like, oh yeah? Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, it's that serious. Consider me enlightened. Consider me enlightened. Oh, actually. Excuse me. I need to very quickly BRB. So. I shall return. Alright, be good. Be good, buns. I shall return shortly. Hello. Hello. I return. I return. Alright, put you over there. And you over there. You ain't not coming back. Alright, I mean I could go. I could go if you have so little faith in me. Had a sore throat recently, thought I'd die, but drowning antiseptics and drinking a general antibiotic fixed it in like a day. Yeah, ain't that funny how that goes, right? Damn. I'm sorry that you had to go through something rough too. Yeah, I think the scariest thing was like, so the day before I was completely fine. And I just remember waking up in the morning to like a very sudden onset of a sore throat and having like difficulty swallowing. I'm like, oh great, I guess I'm sick. And so I kind of monitored it for a day. I was like, oh, okay, I'm probably just catching the cold, you know, the winter cold. Figured it was my time, I suppose. And I was like, okay, yeah. And then day 2, I'm waking up and I'm like, man, it's hard to swallow. But I wasn't getting any other symptoms. And like that night, I did wake up with like a fever chill. I thought to myself, okay, I'm not getting anything in my chest. There's like no other symptoms. It's not really a runny nose. It's literally just like pain in my throat and having difficulty swallowing. There's like nothing else going on, and maybe fatigue and a bit of a fever. And I was like, oh, okay, this feels kind of weird. Feels kind of different. So I'm doing like some light Googling at 4 a.m. because I'm like, huh, maybe I should go see a doctor. But let me just first check and see if I can identify what's going on. Lo and behold, I land on strep throat. I think to myself, this sounds pretty serious. There's no way that I have this, right? It can't be. Surely not. So anyways... oh, past me, little did you know. Yeah, strep is no joke. Yeah. Because I'm vulnerable to it because I don't have my tonsils. I had them removed when I was a baby. And then you have that on top of being allergic to penicillin, which is like the main component to the antibiotics that you usually take. So I have to take the alternative antibiotics. But yeah. I remember the doctor looked at me funny when I was like, yeah, I'm allergic to penicillin. I was like, well, what kind of reaction do you have? And I'm like, I don't remember. Just that when I was a baby, my parents told me that the doctor told them never give this child penicillin in their life ever, period. And apparently it was pretty bad. Apparently it was like convulsing and like can't breathe and all that fun jazz and vomiting. So it's like, yeah, no, don't give that one penicillin. And the doctor's like, oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, no penicillin for you. And I'm like, yeah, yes. It's now a past you problem, true. Can I get your opinion? I'm thinking of just starting to introduce myself as just Ice, because I'm just Ice. No comment. No comment. Man, lovely weather we're having today. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's get rid of that. Yeah, gosh, this erase with lines as guideline is actually it's actually kind of goated. It's actually kind of goated. Not gonna lie. You have to be mindful though, like I still have to try and erase in the lines, but it does a lot of the hard work for me, which is pretty good. Can't complain. Love it when I choke on my saliva. Don't do that, actually. Suggestion, don't do that. Does not sound like a fun time. Oh my gosh, Kaibo! You're taking so much effort out of me. Though, to be fair, it's because we've been trying to figure out how to do this. Or I should say, even before today, this style was pretty experimental, and I've been trying to like figure out how to make it faster. But I suppose it'll come with time. Okay, so now that we've got that sorted, let's go back to texture. Why is the texture just like not showing up on this brush? Okay, well there it is, kind of. Technically, there's two esophaguses for food and trachea for air. True, actually. Alright, that's a lot better. Now it's got the texture that I'm looking for. Man, I am so due for a monitor upgrade. Those of you who remember, I am still very much dealing with that color glitch on my monitor. When the color leans a little bit too much to like a vibrant red, like it is right now, it creates this weird distortion, and it makes it really hard for me to actually see what I'm doing. And like, it's only on my monitor, so like, you guys can't see what I'm seeing. It's insane. Truly. I don't remember. Valid and fair. To be fair, I think I've only mentioned it once, maybe before. It is a rather annoying little hiccup to deal with, but I've lived this long with it. That's a little longer. That's living with it just a little longer, you know? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Slowly going nuts. Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming, aren't I? I feel like that alone is an indicator. That alone should tell you all you need to know about my psyche. You have to be a special kind of silly to consider doing this. Alright, let's make this a little brighter. To have this kind of like shine going on. Yeah. Not qualified to comment on your mental state. I'm at best a bartender. Valid. Valid and fair. Valid and fair. I'd like to think I have a fairly... I wouldn't say normal mental state. Balanced? I think balanced is the word I'm looking for here. I'd like to think it's balanced. It's probably the best word to use here. What am I balancing? That's for you to guess and me to know. Or something. However that goes. Would probably help if I like did the coloring, the layered coloring in one go. The problem is I don't always remember the combination of colors I used to get certain effects. So small oopsie there. It's fine, we live with them. We'll figure it out. One way or another. Let's see if I can use the anti-overflow to do this without actually having to do any erasing. But the problem there is I have to do like repeats. Like repeat the process. You do get like a little bit of the... It doesn't actually color over the, like, under the lines properly. So, whoa. That kind of looks cool! And I much prefer it with the lines, but it's cool that you can see the distinct shapes. Sometimes when you turn off the line art, you just, it's not often that you don't feel like crying. So I think I'm seeing the value in doing... Maybe next time my line art should be vector. Because the anti-overflow, when you're brushing like this, you can better detect where the line is when it's vector. And so you get like a cleaner look as opposed to getting this effect here. Maybe we just ditch the anti-overflow for afterwards. Yeah, we'll stick to the process we've been doing for now. Blotch in the colors now, think about it later. Essentially. Actually, is your... Oh, is your brace again? Yes, it is dark. The same as your coat. Speaking of health ed, one of the funniest things that happened to me in uni was the one first aid instruction where they taught us to perform CPR. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm scared of this story. But do go on. I'm so glad that when we learned CPR, we had like the CPR dolls, the dummies to learn on. It was still pretty awkward. But yeah. It is a vital skill to know. It was a small mannequin because we studied to be teachers and presumably we would perform CPR on little kids. It was like only head and torso. Oh no. No, I think I know the mannequins you're talking about. I think we had similar. Yeah. No, yours had sensors? Okay, ours weren't that advanced. Anyway, since you're on YouTube now, you can technically say, for more Lunarblossomyuehua, subscribe, like, and comment. Damn. Not the sellout. Not the YouTube sellout. Nah, but it's a good point. It is a good point. It does remind me. I would like to continue trying to stream on YouTube, so we'll probably do our streams on Mondays here on YouTube and sort of get a vibe for how it's going, and then kind of just go from there. Eventually, we might make the full migrate, but for now, we're just testing the waters. We're seeing how we feel about it. We're seeing how we feel about it. You aren't a true sellout until you get sponsored by Raid. Oh gosh. The flashbacks, the horror. The horror. No, because everyone was sponsored by Raid. Man. I remember that. Crazy. Oh, I don't even know how I feel about sponsorships, but like, it's just kind of the world we live in now, you know? It's like I was saying before on Twitch, how like, I like doing this for fun, I really do, but I can't justify the hours I put into it anymore to keep it like, to keep it afloat, if that makes sense. So like, I have to start trying to treat it like a business, as much as that kind of sucks. That's just the kind of reality that I live in. So alas, this is why we're kind of on YouTube right now. Trying to see if we can maybe find a better foothold, a better platform, just to exist, really. What's your gamer subs discount code? It's Lunar Blossom 20% off. JK, I don't have a gamer subs. I don't have a sponsorship. Once it was my turn, I looked at it, performed the stuff that needed to be done, but then something struck my dramatic bone and I very theatrically shouted live and slapped the child's head. Oh, live! Live! Oh my gosh, I love that. The visual for that is great. That's fantastic. When the doll said I failed, I told the instructor he lost all his limbs. He wouldn't want to live either way. Stop. Oh my gosh. Dude, that's so funny. It's hilarious. Do you have your own Bun Bun Gamer Cups yet? Crazy. Imagine if. Imagine if. Oh, hold on. I suspect I know what the issue is. Oh, yep, that's the issue. So we grab this. I'm gonna do that. Need to do a little bit of fixing up here. This is why my line art's goofing. It's like a numpty. The way I did the red stuff. It's just kind of interfered with all the line art now. Let's just get rid of the most egregious parts. And that should help. Oh yeah, it's a lot better. That's much better. You don't have a gamer subs code? Wow, fake streamer. Oh, fake streamer spotted. That's me. Your local fake streamer. Alright, Kaipo, come on. We're almost there. This should not take me so long. But alas. It is what it is. I don't know, sometimes I look at the speed at which it takes me to do anything in art and I'm like, man, maybe I should like learn to be faster. It's not because I think it's a race or anything like that. It's actually the opposite. It's like I do care about my art and I do value making sure it looks good. But I also value my time. And I don't want to spend more time than I really have to on a piece. Especially if I can achieve the effect that I want in less time. If it's possible, then I don't want to take longer than I have to. You know? Yeah, it do be what it do be. That's a sentence. That's a whole sentence. English, you fascinating language. Otherwise, maybe I'm not actually gonna get this done today. So I'm trying to think, like, is this something I can get done in the next, like, half an hour to an hour? I'm not too sure. Because I feel like there's a little bit of polish I still want to potentially do. Basically, you just have enough justification to spend time on this art, but not enough to spend too much on it? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Imagine all the other art you could do if you're able to finish faster. Exactly! Exactly! Right? Like, if I can be more efficient, you know, I can make more art, I can do more things. You know, time is a precious resource. I definitely want to, like, make the most of it. Is that enough? I don't know. I guess that's kind of the coat done. Alright. Now. Leaves us with the eyes and the bow. And that should really be it for Kaipo. It should be quite easy because everything's already been colored in. Oh, we have to fix the hair. That's right. Whoops. That's a small whoops. Don't worry, Yue. I'll revisit your retirement home. I'll visit your retirement home in the near future. Catch these hands. How about you catch these hands? SMH. The audacity. The nerve. Let's get a little bit of purple into this. Now, the light should be back there. Time is a tool you can put on the wall or wear it on your wrist, but the past is far behind us. The future doesn't exist. Whoa. Whoa. My brain just went boom. That is a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool. Pretty cool words. Yes. Oh my gosh, English. Word string together good. Unga bunga. Unga bunga. There's no hope for me. There's no hope for me. There is no freaking hope for me. Oh yeah. What is your eye color, Hypo? Perhaps golden. Like, nice, bright golden eyes. The past is a history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That's why it's called the present, Master Oogway. You know? And he's not wrong. Wise words from the Master Oogway. Unironically, that made me think differently when I first heard that. I was like, whoa. Actually changed my brain chemistry a little bit when I heard that for the first time. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you just don't consider these things until it hits you in the face and you're like, oh, yeah, actually, maybe I should value time a little more. Yeah, there we go. I love this color combination for eyes. It's like this striking blue. And it just, oh, chef kiss, brings out like the bow accentuating like that one bit of blue in the eyes. Oh, yeah, I'll eat that. I'll eat that color combination. Can I have a receipt with this gift? True. Me too, actually. Saying that we should focus on today rather than tomorrow, yesterday, be more in the present rather than wish for better tomorrow or fixing the past. Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. Something I am working on every single day. But sometimes, sometimes I think I'm actually too in the present. I don't think enough about the future. But I've learned that actually is possibly an ADHD thing, where it's very hard to conceive beyond a few days ahead of now. I literally can't it's not that I don't understand planning for the future, right? But it's I struggle to really sort of make decisions based on things further than a week from now. Which is really bad. I've realized. It's not great. Not good. It takes a lot of really dedicated effort to create any kind of long-term goals. That's why I struggle so much with long-term goals. It always confused me, but it's something I only recently found out. I'm like, oh, that would probably be why. Now I just have to find a way to like work around that. Because that's the hard part now. Trying to work around that. SMH. Where did this blue come from? Oh, it's from the... Yep, it's from the coat. That's why. That would be why. Long-term girls? Never heard of her. Oh, you and me both. You and me both. People ask where I see myself 5 years and I respond, I don't see where I am tomorrow. What do you mean? That's a fucking mood. That's a mood. Like, I don't know where. Like, what do you mean the future? Future Hugh. I don't know. I'm literally a creature of the now. If I'm not fixating on the past, I'm a creature of the now. Like, I'm sorry. Tomorrow doesn't exist to me until tomorrow comes. Like, do you get me? It's crazy. It's kind of sad to think about it, but I'm pretty sure that's why I struggle so much with trying to like actually have a long-term setup for myself. Things like planning to move or getting a job or, you know, like thinking of what kind of life I even want for myself. It's all been extremely like out of touch for me to even think about because I don't understand how people do that. I don't like I'll have like if someone asks me I'll be like, okay, I kind of have a vague idea, but then it's gone, right? It doesn't exist to me anymore beyond that point. I guess like when I mean job, I guess like long-term career goals, like getting into a specific field and working your way through the field, or like having a roadmap, I guess, for where you want to be and where you're going career-wise. That doesn't really exist to me. I don't know. I wish things were simpler. Like, if you put me in a hunter-gatherer situation, my brain would actually be fine. But it's the fact that I have to think about, like... I have to think about 5-10 years down the road. What do you mean I have to think 5-10 years down the road? I don't know how to do that. I've never known how to do that. Me 5 years ago never would have thought. Hey, same actually, Kath. Same. High five for that, honestly. Pat yourself on the back, because that's hard. I was in that position too. Actually in a similar time frame too. I did not know how the heck I was gonna get a job, or even hold a job, but I've managed to get a job and hold a job for at least 4 or 5 years now. Well, 4 years going on 5. Which is crazy. I didn't think I could. 5 years ago I worked at a movie theater, then I went to work at a hotel, and now I'm a security guard. None of those were planned. That's honestly fair, and you know, someone's gonna work those jobs. It's like, I don't know, I didn't ever see myself as like a grocery night fill worker, but here I am. Definitely not planned. I thought I was gonna go into the art and animation industry, and then that didn't happen. So well, here we are. Though it's funny that, like, we talk about careers because I don't know if I should talk about it, because if I do, I may just be shooting myself in the foot. You know, the whole, like, the whole mental thing of, like, tell someone your plans and you're less likely to actually act upon those plans. Maybe I should just keep it to myself for now. Maybe I should just, not say it. Improve my chances of actually getting it to work. You know what? Maybe I'll get back to you guys on this. Yeah. Like, okay, like, I won't say exactly what it is, but, like, I'm testing the waters with a new avenue of, like, of a potential independent income, but it really depends on, like, how structured I can be about it, and if I can treat it like a business, because it's pretty much, you're pretty much doing an independent business with this idea. If I can get it to work, it would be great. And I could potentially pay off, like, my student debt and actually make a livable wage. Which, you know, kind of, look, I feel like if I could pay off my student debt, I think I would be the happiest person in the world. Because at that point, I don't care. At that point, I don't care what I do, where I am, what I'm doing, how much I'm making. As long as I can live a comfortable life, I don't care. But with student debt hanging over my head, it's like, I just want it gone. I want it to be over. I don't want to think about student debt anymore. But it is the beast that lingers and will for a while. Make it a surprise? True, I will actually. I'll keep it a surprise. I started the movie theater for a while going to school for game design, and then the school turned out to be a scam and I got thrown on my head. What? A scam? So, like, they ripped you off? Like, what, they take your money and then, like, your qualification means jack or something? Or even worse? Tell us after it happens? True. I can only tell you guys after I actually make it happen. This way I have to actually make it happen. I like this idea. I like it. The only catch is I'm gonna have to work my ass off every day to make it work. But look, if that was my job and I could do it, I think I would be okay with that. I think I would be more than okay with that. I mean, it's that or sit in front of an office at a desk job, and I don't know if I could handle that. I will say it is a creative endeavor. That's all I will say. As long as it's not a scam, Pike, once when I was a job searching, I got something started training, but then I got sick, and after I got better, I needed to lock in my studies and the job was forgotten. No! But it turned out they were scammers, and years later I find out by cops calling me asking, hey, were you working there? Y'all have some crazy stories. Well, wow, you really skimmed that one. Oh my gosh, lucky. Talk about lucky. Missed that by the skin of your teeth. Dodged a bullet, if you will. Crazy. Wozers. I'm glad that didn't turn into anything. Like, I'm I'm glad you didn't actually end up working there then. That sounds scary. How do y'all keep ending up in situations like this? I'm genuinely so flabbergasted at everyone's stories. Y'all are like living some adventurous lives. I'm incredibly impressed. They got students to sign up by promising they could get graduates into positions at companies afterwards, but they never actually did. They got sued over that so many... So my loans, they were erased? Oh, whew, lucky. Lucky. That's crazy. How scary, though. Yeah, dodged a bullet with that one. Well, not oh, but it turned out they were scammers, and I was like, yeah, not anymore. But the cop was like, fine, we don't need you then. So yeah, I missed a bullet there. Damn, lucky. Yeah. Scary. Sheesh. I don't think I had any like scam stories as far as like school goes. Like, my school was I guess legit. I mean, apparently there was history where it's like original founding was a little bit suspicious, but otherwise it was a legitimate school with legitimate lecturers. But yeah, no. Crazy. I think the craziest school stories I have weren't even, I guess, that crazy, and they didn't even happen to me. Well, actually, no, one did happen to me, but it was because of another student. It wasn't really the school's fault. It's cause, man, where do I start with this one? Where do I even start with this? So this was like my this was my first attempt at a multimedia course, which was basically everything you could imagine for multimedia. So it was everything from writing to audio to game design to animation to like 3D, like you name it. It was everything. Basically, it was just a bit of everything. There was a bit of film in there too. But yeah, so this was probably like a 2-year course. It was 6 months for the Cert 3, 6 months for the Cert 4, and then like a year for the diploma or something like that. And I remember I was walking down the hall with like, I think my friends at the time. And my friends were like on my other side, on my left side, as I walked down the hall. And like we're just talking, we're just chatting, and I think to my right there's this really big guy. And he's clearly a student here. But he's tall and he's big. So he's like has a very intimidating amount of presence. And I remember like seeing him in my peripheral vision and just being like, oh, like I just try to like move slightly away to give space as we walk down the hall. This guy, for some reason, like as soon as he sees me, just like gets in my face and just like randomly starts screaming, like incoherent screaming, and like inches from my face. And I was shell shocked. I was frozen in fear. And I remember like trying to back up and I couldn't because my friend was also like so shocked that he was like dead still next to me and wouldn't move. So I was like pushed up against like his shoulder and I was like, whoa. And then the guy, like this guy that's screaming eventually stops. And I'm like shaking as I like walk away. And one of the lecturers is like in the hall and comes up to me and ends up like directing me into a room. And then another lecturer comes in to deal with the other student. And then like they kind of keep me in the room and just kind of are like, it's okay, like we'll deal with this. And I'm like, okay. And I'm having like a nervous breakdown because I've never had a person just like scream like that in my face before. I did not know what he was gonna do. That was terrifying though. Maybe he was on something? I don't know, maybe. I can't really say. I don't think they were on anything. They didn't give that kind of vibe. I think they were just, I feel like there maybe were special needs of some kind going on there. But yeah. Yeah. It was pretty scary because in the moment, like, you don't know this person and they suddenly start screaming at you and you're like, what's going on? Yeah. 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 That's why I kind of was like, yeah, like I understand. Like it was still scary, but I didn't really hold it against them because I realized they're probably just being like dealing with something. Yeah. Yeah. Once lived through a typhoon? One of the biggest typhoons ever passed through the Philippines. And even though we were on the high ground, our house still flooded up to the knees. Oh, I remember you were wait, was this when you were talking about when your house was flooded? The streets look like raging rivers, but I remember people just swimming in it, treating it like a swimming pool. No, that's crazy. That's actually so dangerous. Because the problem when things flood like that is you don't know what debris is in the water with you. And that's like, you could get injured pretty badly. I still remember hearing the winds howling and like steel roof flying around. That's scary! Whoa! Man. Yeah. But to be fair, okay. To be fair, it was not nearly as scary as like my friend, the one that was with me in the hall, right? So this is still the same course, same school. He had to deal with a stalker at our school, which was pretty terrifying because he's a little guy, and at the time he presented quite feminine. So it was quite scary for both of us. And I realized that like I only like he told me at some point, and I remember like having to stick close to him when we would walk to and fro from the station after like class, and we eventually had to like report it. But yeah, it was not fun. Not fun. Nothing bad happened, thankfully, and I think the teachers did deal with it, but raises eyebrows. I don't have any memories about anyone in my childhood because I was too stupid to be aware with anyone. Same. Same. Yeah. There was actually I don't know how I ended up in friend groups where this happened a lot, but in my second university, in my second course, in a different campus, different place entirely, different friend group, also had a friend there where she got stalked, which was, yeah, fun. Again, nothing happened there, but that one was a little bit more, like, intense because this person was a fellow classmate. I think they only shared 1 or 2 classes, but this classmate somehow, like, got a hold of her email address and would like send her emails after she made it pretty clear that she did not want to like contact them at all. So some people, man, some people just are interesting. Bizarre experiences, to say the least. Yeah. Strange that it's happened twice in my friend circles, different friend circles, but it's happened. It's certainly happened. Though I suspect it's like it's the unfortunate nature of like the particular course that we were in. The course in campus is like focused on multimedia. So like people going into game design, into art or animation or like film making even. And like it's not that you don't get good people there, it's just like they tend to attract a certain kind of person. They always do. They always do. You do get some of the stranger ones. Yeah. Yeah, if you had a nickel, huh? Funny. Funny, I would have 2 nickels. I would have 2 nickels in that scenario. Alright. I think we're getting pretty close now to done. Let's add the decorative markings, because we need those. Oh, hold on. That's a mistake. Oh. This sleeve is not supposed to have the open, like, gold trimming. Ah, oh, that was a mistake. I'll have to fix that. No! That was a line art mistake. Must have been when I was like... when I was still sick, I was like not really thinking. If I had a nickel for every time I had a nickel, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot. But if I had a nickel for every time I had a nickel, I'd have 4 nickels. That sounds terrifying. Ugh. Exponential nickels. Oh yeah, it's coming together now. I can probably do like the rest of the touch-ups later. I think for now we'll just say that's good enough, honestly. Yeah, just highlight these. We'll add the golden trim to the bow as well. And then Bob's your uncle. Guys, it only took us a whopping, holy moly, 4 hours. I swear I will get faster at this. Or so help me. Jeez. Jeezums. Yippee! Thank you. They're almost done. I'll probably do like the finishing touches another time, so yeah. Yeah. Because otherwise I will just rush it and it will look icky. But yeah, there we go. I think all I really need to do for this part is we separate this. There we go. Much better. Ta-da! We did it, guys. We've done it. Wow! Base colors. Woohoo! One character reference sheet down. Only how many to go? If I had a nickel for every time I had a nickel, I'd have 8 nickels. No, stop! This is nickel hell. I don't want to be here anymore. I need to leave. I need to leave before we fall into nickel squared algorithms. I'm scared. I must flee. If you had a nickel that would multiply itself every time you had a nickel, would you take it? Yes. I'd hate it, but I'd take it. Yes. Because technically, that's infinite money. Is it a lot of work? Yes, because you'd have to be very careful about how you exchange it, because obviously you'd want to exchange it for either to put it in the bank or to exchange it for like bigger bills or whatever. But you'd have to be gradual about it, right? You'd have to do it over time. But I mean, hey, it's free money. Free money glitch. But yes. Alright. I think that's gonna have to be a good place to call it. Yeah. So, thank you so much, everyone, for coming to today's stream. Thank you very much. It's been good. It's been fun. I would say it's been a fairly successful first time on YouTube. It's actually not so bad. It's not so bad. There are a few adjustments that I think I'll need to make, and a few tweaks, but we'll definitely give it another trial next week. We'll probably stick to Monday for art streams. We'll stick to that. That being on YouTube now that it's all set up. But yeah, it was fun. It was. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I did too. We'll definitely be more productive next time, now that we know what to expect. Yes. Thanks for streaming. It's been a good time. I'm glad. I'm very glad. Yes. So, who are we gonna raid? Wait. I think YouTube is supposed to have a raid feature, but I haven't fully explored it yet, so not too sure. I'll have to investigate that. So for now, we'll probably just close out, and I'll see you all on the flip side. So thank you so very much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. And for those of you that are watching the VOD, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed. If you would like to see more, here it comes. Hit that subscribe button. Whoa! Hit that subscribe button, hit like, all that fun, you know, the usual YouTube shilling out that everyone does. So, yeah. We will definitely be streaming more, and those VODs will live here now, which is pretty cool. Ugh, get out. All right, bye. All right, see everyone. Have a wonderful time zone. Look after yourselves. I will see you all tomorrow on Twitch, same time for some Honkai Star Rail. All right, bye everyone. Bye bye.